Hey everybody. I don't know if anybody's in the stream right now. I believe I am live. I just need to get the link. I was going to share this link. Okay, get the link. Get the stream going. I am going to be going from a map to adventure, which is a requested thing that some people have asked me to do, to show from making a map with an idea behind it, and then going from that idea to a fully fleshed out adventure. Um, so just posting this on the college in case anybody wants to join in. Currently live on YouTube making a map and going from concept to a fully fleshed out adventure in fantasy grounds. Anyone wants to watch and follow along? Okay, I have no idea if anyone's. Oh, I do have. Hey, Robert, I see your comment there. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and get started. Before I get started, I do want to warn you that I am going to be working with the Tomb of Annihilation adventure. So if that's going to be a spoiler for anyone, this is your warning right now. So if you're still watching, yeah, you shouldn't be. Okay, yeah, there's the DM's map of Chult with everything revealed, and this is actually Omu, the Forbidden City. For my latest or upcoming pack of for Tomb of Annihilation Expanded, I think it'll be part 6, which will probably be my last part. I'm expanding some locations here in Omu that don't have maps. For instance, if I bring up my OneNote here, I think these are the ones that I'm going to go ahead and make maps for. And the one that I thought I would work on that would be the easiest is the Ruined Bazaar. Because some of these other ones I may have to like make my own assets for or something. But the Ruined Bazaar, I believe, is this one right here, Area 15. Uh, it has some descriptions and stuff, but it has no maps at all. You'll notice there's no links to any battle maps. However, there are there's a description. A derelict market hall stands on the street corner ahead. Frayed cloth awnings hang in tatters above a broad alley lined with stalls. Kobolds live in the hidden cellars underneath the ruined market hall and have set 6 traps throughout the bazaar. And there's a bunch of traps in that area. I'm not really sure if I need a map. There's not supposed to be any encounter on that map. I'm not really sure if you need a map. Um, Although they do provide like an actual token trap. Um, I'm gonna look into maybe making a map, but for sure, there's a whole bunch of kobolds, including a named kobold, that there's no map for that encounter. You can see there's no check marks on any of these tokens. Uh, so I am gonna be making some sort of like little dungeon area that goes underneath this, where the kobold hall is, the kobold cellars as they call them. And it even says that kobold live in cellars not shown on map 3.1, which this is map 3.1. Um, but all but one of the staircases leading into their lair has been caved in or blocked with heaps of furniture. As the characters make their way through the cellars, read, and then there's a thing you read. You eventually get to the named kobold, that what is it? Kakarol, Kakarol probably. Uh, And a kobold scale sorcerer rests in a pile of treasure. Then there's kobold inventors, and 10 kobolds are also present. So basically, and then there's some treasure and stuff, and it looks like there's a little bit of development here. He believes that a Sararak is going to transform him into a dragon. he's greedy and blah 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 blah, you know. But basically, I need a place for this encounter to take place, and I thought it might be interesting to add some more to it as well. Uh, for instance, maybe add some more passages with some other kobolds. Maybe there's even two rival tribes. I can add a rival tribe as an option, um, and then you can get some interesting interactions between the two tribes of kobolds that live underneath this bazaar, and it gives the player some options. So I think that's what I'm going to be adding or expanding for this area. Is I'm going to add in sort of some battling quests, I guess you could call them. Like you could take a quest for the red kobolds, because I've already got tokens for blue kobolds, I believe. Let me see. They would be in humanoids and kobolds. Yep, I got some cool blue. Like there's a blue mage and there's a regular blue kobold, which I can use. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have some blue kobolds in one side, and then the red kobolds that are already part of this adventure. And I'll have like you can talk to one set of kobolds, and they want you to help them out doing something with the other against the other kobolds, and then the red kobolds, they want you to do something for them and help them against the blue kobolds, and I think it'll be fun that way. So I'm gonna go ahead and move that away. Enough spoilers, right? For those of you who didn't get warned. And we're gonna start making a map. Uh, so I think I'm gonna start with the dungeon area or the cellars, because I'm not really sure if I necessarily need a map showing the um, what do you call it? I'm not really sure I need a map showing the the bazaar itself. I may end up adding a bazaar map just because sometimes I like to add maps just for fun, but I want to get started with the cellars for sure. So I am gonna switch. I'm using Dungeon Painter Studio. If you've never watched any of my videos before and you started with this one, you should have started with something a little bit, more explanatory. I'm gonna jump right into things. Um, I am gonna use just the regular Dungeon Builder set, I think. And I'm gonna turn on allow half. I think I'm gonna build it kind of lengthwise, because if I go back to this and we zoom in on this bazaar, the way it looks on the map, I'm not sure if this map, it does have a north-south, so north is at the top, as it should be. So this bazaar, the way it looks, at least on this map, from the whatever details we can get between the description here and this picture here, it looks like it's longer than it is wider. And if there are cellars underneath this bazaar, it probably would run underneath the bazaar and not, left or right of the bazaar. So I'm going to try and follow that as much as I can. And I'll probably put several blocked stairways with rocks and furniture and things, but leave one of them open, which is how it's described on the map. Let's see. So the question is how wide do I want to make the cellars underneath the bazaar? This is probably going to be a fairly large map. I'm thinking 30 by maybe 60. So it'll be about twice as long this way as it is wide. And that's going to be a pretty big map, but I think it'll work out well for what I'm trying to do. And I think for this upper corner here, I am just going to start out and kind of just start building what I'm envisioning in my head, which is a fairly large cellar room that was probably once used to store goods, but is now being used by some of the kobolds. And if you're following along and you're thinking, "Hey, this sounds familiar," it might. I'm drawing some inspiration for this adventure idea from I think it's called the Sunless Citadel, which was included in oh shoot, what is the name of that? Um, Actually, I don't even think I need to go 30 wide. I think I'm good right there at 25 wide. Maybe I will go a little bit further. Anyway, the Sunless Citadel was the first. Oh, excuse me, I had to mute my mic there where I sneezed. The Sunless Citadel was the first adventure in the. I can't even remember now. I believe it's the Tales of the Yawning Portal. Bobby P. Yes, I am using the 2-minute tabletop assets. All of my maps I use primarily the 2-minute tabletop assets as well as my own assets because I have a deal with Ross McConnell, who is the artist behind 2-minute tabletop assets, that as long as I include like adventures with the maps, then I can sell products using his assets. So yeah, the short answer to your question is yes. These are the 2-minute tabletop assets. Um, anyway, the Sunless Citadel, to go back to what I was talking about a second ago, is I believe the first adventure in the Tales of the Yawning Portal adventure pack, if you want to call it that. It's not really a campaign. Um, it's something else entirely. Um, it's kind of a collection of adventures, and they're all old school like D&D adventures, and I don't remember the origins of the Sunless Citadel exactly. I know it's quite. I can probably just look it up. Let's see what Wikipedia says. Wikipedia says it was an adventure module for 3rd edition. I would have guessed it was older than that. Um, but yeah, it's you go down into this underground citadel, and there's a bunch of stuff that happens. I don't want to spoil it in case anybody. I promise. But in that adventure, there's a bunch of there's some kobolds and then there's some goblins, and they're kind of like feuding with each other. So that's where I drew some inspiration for this whole thing with the kobolds and the kobolds fighting with the other kobolds. Um, and so I am kind of just building like this almost meandering group of rooms that were once cellars that are now infested by kobolds that live in these rooms. Um, oh wait, I want to go. Trying to figure out how I want to do that. I think like that. Some of this might look strange because I'm not putting in any of the corners yet. And as you know, the corner, if you've seen my videos before, you know the corner pieces kind of cover up, well, the corners of these walls. That's too long. But as I'm building this, I'm having like ideas in my head of like what's in this room? Why is this room here? Um, and I am gonna have to come back here in a couple of places and add stairways down. Like there should be. I just realized I made that too wide. Um, for what I intended. So I'm gonna delete those two. And this wall needs to come out more to match up with what the idea that I had in my head at least. There, that should be okay. Because there's going to be a stairway down. One of the blocked stairways that were talked about. There's going to be another one over here. And I need to check how big we're getting. We're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 across. 6 blocks of 5, that's 30. By 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're about halfway done, at least in what I envisioned. I am going to have another hallway. Over here. And, yeah. I'm just kind of drawing out where I want the walls at this point. And I'm thinking about what kind of encounters are going to be in these rooms or what kind of descriptions will be in these rooms. Some of them are like any good adventure, I think, should have. You don't want something happening in every single room. It's good to have some empty rooms with maybe just a description of, you know, it's dusty or whatever. You don't need to have everything be action packed every 6 seconds. You know, there's something happening. In fact, I think it's better when it's not like that. I think this is going to be another blocked stairway right here, because it at least the what we were looking at, the description said that all but one of the did it. I gotta look that up again. What did it say exactly? All but one of the staircases leading into their lair has been caved in or blocked with heaps of furniture. So, um, oops. Uh, so yeah, I think it'll be important to have several of those blocked stairways. I think the one that the players will actually come down in through will be somewhere here in the center. I'm getting to it. Um, probably right about here. So this. And all these places where like there's a double wall, that's I'm gonna put in doors there. Door there, door there, door over here, door here, door here, door here. In here I might actually do one of my empty doorways. Um where I kind of delete the wall. If you don't know what that means, I don't know if you haven't seen one of my videos where I do that. I'll be doing that in the stream, and I have no idea how long this is going to take me. I may be streaming for a couple hours at least. My usual map making class takes about a couple hours. Usually, if I just make a map, it doesn't take that long, but I plan to do more today. Let's count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm going to put that there just to mark. I don't want to go further than that because I don't want to make the map bigger than that. But I think I'll be fine. I may even end it before there. Let's see. Oh, that's why that looks weird. I'm like, this doesn't look right. It's because I ended it too early. There we go. And if you're not noticing the difference was if this was here, or realistically this was here, then that grid right there would be a half grid. On the other hand, if I end the wall here, it ends at a full grid. And that's probably just a personal preference of mine, but I like having the grids always available so that characters can stand wherever they want. But this is definitely going to be a fairly big expansion of this area of Tomb of Annihilation. And I'm going to coach my words, and I'm trying not to say the name of the city this takes place in any more than I have to, just to limit the spoilers in case anybody comes into this stream and has not played Tomb of Annihilation, or they may be going to play in Tomb of Annihilation someday and they don't want it spoiled for them. But yes, this is for my Tomb of Annihilation expanded series, so let's see. One more fairly large room there, and then I think we're good to move on from the walls at least. I think I'm going to put a little hallway though in between. Just a little area that they walk into when they, not even really a hallway, like a, I don't know what you call that. It's not an antechamber. An entryway. Oops. I may just go right here, yeah. And then we'll have another stairway over here that's blocked. Because that'll be fun. The players will have, like, they may have an encounter here and they'll expect that they go through this door and they'll be like, yes, there's treasure behind this door, and it's just a blocked stairway, like all the other ones. Okay, so that gives us 1, 2, 3, 4 blocked stairways. I'm beginning to think I want another one here. And I know I'm just making more work for myself, but that's okay. Sometimes you just want the details. Okay. So now we're going to go through and I'm going to go ahead and group all these walls together. I'm going to walls straight. And then on top of that, I'm going to do all of the corners, which should be over here. Okay, we'll start up here and work our way around. I like to get some variation, and sometimes I do that by switching like every corner. And sometimes I do that by doing what I'm doing now, which is doing like all of a certain angle of corner in the same uh, kind of type. And I'll switch back. So now those two rooms are completely done. This room completely done. This room completely done. And there's another way to check when you're done if you got all of a room. So here's I'll show you how. You just click here, wall straight, where the little eye is, and you know, oh, okay. I mean, if you keep clicking really fast, you can kind of see, okay, yeah, I got all those corners for all those rooms, so I'm ready to move down to the next set of rooms. And the way I'm doing it now, where I'm kind of just moving things and doing random corners, is actually my normal way of doing things. Done, 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 done. No, it didn't get either of these two. That one. Done, 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 done. Okay, we got a bunch of inside corners here. 1, 2, 3. And I like to throw in a little bit of variation on these simply because really observant players will notice, like, if you use the same asset repetitively. And too much repetition is bad. A little bit of repetition is a good thing, but too much can be a bad thing. That contained area is all done. And so is that one. And we can use that same trick again. You can see I got all the corners. Just kind of have to look around. And I've gotten used to doing this myself when I'm checking large dungeons to make sure I got all the corners in. Oh, we can remove this because we're not. Oh, go into, then click on that one. We don't need that anymore. And then go back out. Okay. Let's see. I am watching the chat out of the corner of my eye. If you guys are, if anybody has any questions, I'll try to answer them. For instance, like this gap here is probably too big, and you'll see why in a second. Yeah, see, I'm gonna need to go into this and grab another wall. There we go. Then go back out. Now I can go back to doing the corners. Oops. Let's see. Just trying to get a little variation in here. Oops. Every once in a while I miss and get the asset in the wrong spot. now I've still got some inside walls here. Oh, I missed one up there. That room's all done. That room's all done. That room's all done. Yep, okay. I think we're all done with all of our corners. Which means I can grab the top here. Group these. Walls. Corners. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and add in the flooring. And in some cases, I might use my tiles over here that are all these different sizes and get them to fit. But for a dungeon this size, I think I'm just going to do it. Oh, let me think. Is it easier to do it this way, or no, it's just going to be easier to go and do it this way. And I'm tapping the space bar in between like pretty much every placement just to rotate the dungeon tiles. And give them a little bit more variation than they already have. And I know this, if you haven't seen me do this before, it might be like a little bit like, okay, well, how is he gonna fix that? It's gonna look really strange. And you would be somewhat right. At least for right now, it looks strange. There we go. I got all that covered. Okay, I'm gonna grab all of my flooring. And I'm gonna group it. Dungeon floor. And obviously I'm going to move it underneath all the walls. And then above that, all around the outside, using the, I think this is the polygon tool. Yeah, polygon. I'm going to go over, the area is not covered by dungeon floor with this background color. And I'll start here so that you can see what I'm doing. I'm basically going to go all the way around these walls. And cover up everything. Now, right now, it's covering up the stuff that shouldn't be covering up, but that's just because the polygon tool doesn't know what I'm trying to do until I actually finish the polygon. When we get close to finishing it, it'll be covering up the correct area. Right now, it's covering up the opposite of what we want covered up. But when I get towards the end and I get all the way around, that's when the polygon tool is like, oh, that's what you want to do. Because right now the preview is exactly the opposite of what we want covered up. And I keep moving my mouse over so I can see where I'm going to next. And at a certain point, we also have to go all the way out to the edge of where we want covered up. And we'll choose right here. This is a good spot. And this is when the polygon tool starts going, oh, that's what you want. at least for the bottom half of the map. The top half of the map, it's still confused, but it's starting to get what we want as I come around now. I think that's the right corner. It's hard to see. Oh, gonna have to zoom in and kind of move. Come on, I can't see where I need to go. In this case, I'm just gonna come all the way out here. Okay, and then I can come back up to here. Whoa! I just lost focus somehow. That was strange. Fantasy Grounds did not like being ignored and popped up. And click, and there's our polygon. And now I'm going to drag this down so it's underneath the walls. Shouldn't really matter, but it might. And as you can see, now this stuff that's sticking out, that won't even be on our map, so you don't have to worry about that. But as you can see, everything else has been covered up with that background color. And just so that we have it somewhere. Well, I went out way too far, didn't I, on this? We don't even need that. I'll put it right here. Oop. Oh, I can do it this way. That's our grid key square. And I'm going to group these and call this background. Are you going to stream photoshopping this map? Yes, and then I'm going to import it into Fantasy Grounds, and then I'm going to actually add the encounters and build all the other stuff. Like I said, I could be streaming for as much as 3 or 4 hours, maybe. I don't know. May have to take a little break, because in about 20 minutes, my dog's going to start going crazy because it's dinner time for him. But yeah, at some point, I'll probably take a little break. But I plan, that was something somebody requested, is they wanted to see me go from concept all the way to a finished adventure in Fantasy Grounds. So the next thing I want to do is definitely add in the stairs. Now, there are a couple of stair assets in this group, like these stairs, but in one of these groups, there's actually some better stairs that I like using, and I gotta always find them where they are. It's always, I mean, I guess I could just search for them, but stair. It is, which ones is it? The ones that I like. It's these ones. These wide, long stairs. And I don't remember which asset pack they're in. I know there's a way to. I know those ones are in the shrine stairs, and they're so narrow though, or narrow like, or not long enough basically. These stairs are the ones that I like though for stairs. So if I go back to folders and try and find those, I think I can't remember where they are. They're not in the basic dungeon builder one, or I'd have copies of them in my dungeon builder. Are they in dungeon passages? Yes, that's where they are. Okay. I'll have to go remember that for next time. Try and remember. So I'm going to turn off stick to grid because I want to get these stairs placed just right. And I may make them a little bit larger too. Because I want it to kind of take up more of the hallway than it normally would. Oops, that's not. It's not where it would. I'll go ahead and try it with stick to grid and see what it looks like. Yeah, no, stick to grid is going all over the place because I increased the size and it can't figure out what it wants to do. I think right there. So that's one of the ones that is going to be covered up with all sorts of things. There's another one. My scale just unlocked for some reason. though I had lock scale on. So these are the stairs that the players will actually come down. These are the ones that are unblocked. I guess they could unblock one of the other stairways. That's always a possibility. Never discount what the players will do. I screwed up this hall. This hall. It's not right. See, there's not a full square here. I stopped it early. But that's okay. This one's gonna be another blocked off one. I'm not gonna fix it. And again, my scale. I don't know why my scale keeps unlocking. I think this is we have one more stairway after this. Right there. Yeah, the scale keeps deciding it wants to unlock, even though I'm clicking unlock scale. Don't know why. Dungeon Painter Studio does quirky things. I did the same thing here. I stopped it too early. And that was the last one. Okay, so those are all of our stairs. Group. Stairs. However, the question is do we want just all those stairs down, or do we want an area that maybe is further down? I think that might be hard to do because I didn't plan for that. Yeah, I don't want to do that. So those are all of our stairs. The next thing we want to do is decide which rooms are lit. I mean, even though kobolds have dark vision, everybody prefers to have light. So probably there's going to be some areas that are lit. And also there might be kind of an area with some sort of barricade. I don't think so. As in my mind, the way I have this planned out, the blue kobold faction is going to live up in this area. And the red kobold faction, or the ones that are built into the adventure, are going to have these rooms down here. And then there's going to be some kind of like in between. There's going to be like evidence of a battlefield of sorts in here, kind of where they fight over things. And especially since this is the only way up without clearing away one of these passages. And then I think I'm not quite sure what I want to do with this room yet. I haven't figured that out. But I did put it there in case I have like an idea. So actually, the next step should probably be doing all of our I can't think now. All of our walls or doors. So I'm gonna do that, and we're gonna start with this open doorway that I planned up here. Is our scale at one? Yeah, it's at 110. Okay. Is that a double door? It is. Okay. Or the wider one. Okay. So I'm actually going to try and do something I haven't done before, which is really silly and stupid that I haven't tried this before. But there are all these tiles right now, or right here, that are built in, and I'm pretty sure I can just fit one in that covers up the wall underneath. And then I don't have to do the whole Photoshop thing that I sometimes do. Yeah, and actually, this underneath one, what I want to do is go back to doors and floors and grab this one again. And I wish I could zoom in a little bit more, but stick it right there. And I think that looks good enough. I mean it sticks out a tiny little bit there. And there actually is a way I can fix that. I just gotta remember how you do that. There's a scale thing here. And if I do horizontal, I thought there was a way I could do this. Maybe not. Maybe I have to click edit. No, that doesn't. See, I've never figured out what this stuff does at all, to be honest. These little numbers under the scale tool. Never been able to figure that out. And maybe they have more to do with like walls or the grounds and floor stuff or lines or something like that. I know I can click edit on this and then I can always, once it's in place, kind of fiddle with the scale like that. And that looks perfectly fine to me. It looks like an open archway that goes into the other room, which is what I intended. So I should just count my blessings and leave it alone, right? Okay. Uh, Obviously, we're gonna do in this whole battleground area, we're gonna have the blue door that leads to the blue kobolds and the red door that leads to the red kobolds. I mean, maybe that's just obvious to me, but it sure sounds like it should be obvious. So there's our blue door. And then over here, we'll have our red door. And actually, I'm gonna do the inside as the one that. And the reason I do this is if this is the uncovered stairway, that's not collapsed or filled with furniture, chances are this is the one the players will go down, and that this side of the door is the one they're gonna see first. So that's why I do, and this one will be the one they see first. This one will be the one they see first. It's just I try and do that so that my players will see the door asset on the side. Like they'll see the natural version of it. Now I can rescale these so that they fit on one side of a wall only. That was probably too far, but I think like 70, and they'll fit on one side of a wall. They don't really look like a double door then. They look like, I mean, the asset looks like a double door, but they look so small. I don't really like that. I have done that in a couple of maps, but I just didn't like the way they looked. So I tend to use the full size and have them overlap. And there are other door assets like these ones that don't go like all the way up, and actually the double door version doesn't either. But I still like the dungeon doors better, especially in a dungeon like this, or a cellar as it's supposed to be. Um, oh, seeing I broke my own roll. I prefer using the double doors most of the time in two as well. I just like the way they look. Um, let's see. Maybe we'll have a green one for this weird room that we haven't figured out quite what is in there yet. And those got shuffled to the bottom for some reason. Let's see. I think I'll do another archway here. Wasn't planning on it, but I can't remember what I scaled that other one down to make it fit. I think it was like 80. And if I'm going to do this right, I'm going to do it like that. Okay, and then take this one to 100. And then switch down to Dungeon Builder and grab one of these tiles. And then move the tile to the bottom. Grab all the doors, move them up. And that looks pretty good. It's not quite. Which one? I think I need to edit and scale this down just a little bit more. Or maybe I just need to move it. There we go. Okay. Back to putting up doors. I think I'll put another red door here. I think this is our last door, but I'll double check. Nope, we're missing some doors up here. I may put in a special door for this little closet. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm thinking maybe a narrow door just to make it look different. Or I could do, I haven't done any purple doors, and I love purple. As a color, I love purple. That doesn't line up right. There we go. Could do another archway. I think I'm just gonna do like another basic brown door here, which disappeared to the bottom. Or did it not even get placed? That's interesting. It looked like it placed. Weird. Okay, now we have all the doors. And group doors. So I'm gonna go ahead and put some stacks of furniture on top of the ones that are supposed to be caved in um, or filled with furniture. Um, I guess first I should pick the ones that are like supposedly caved in, and I'll put like some rocks and stuff on those ones. Let's pick this one for sure, and this one, and one more. This one. And the reason I'm choosing those three, this one simply because it's right next to where the one clear entrance is. This one because it's just too close to where the kobolds kind of live that it would be convenient for the red kobolds to just use that stairway. It's too convenient. And the same reason for this one. This one will be covered with furniture, and this one will be covered with furniture. And I think that's how I'm going to do it. So make these look like they're collapsed. At least that's the plan. Give me a random angle a little bit. Yeah. Like that. And this one for sure. And actually, I'm gonna. Yeah, no, it went underneath. That's perfect. That's how I wanted it to look. Give me a random. Like that. And then this one too. It's too much of the stairway covered up. Put that one underneath, along with like another one. Yeah, like the way that looks. Maybe a few loose rocks. Okay. And then now we'll go to the furniture stuff and grab like some tables and chairs and things like that. I don't know if I have any 2-minute tabletop assets where the chairs are on their sides though. That's the only thing. I kind of want like chairs and tables on their sides. And I don't really have that, I don't think. I may have to come back and make those assets, but I could. Oops, what did I just do? Oh, I clicked on palette. I could just cover them all with rock, and then throw some chairs and tables and things as well in all of those. I think that's what I'm going to do. Because the description doesn't necessarily say that they're. At least I don't think it did. Let me look again. All but one of the stairs has been caved in or blocked with heaps of furniture. Okay. That does change things. It did say or. Heaps of furniture. Well, I can always use like crates. And then I can throw in some other stuff. Come back to that one. There was that one, and then there was this one down here. That. Okay, and then I want that to actually go underneath the crates. Yeah. That chair doesn't really look. No. See, if I had some that were on their sides, that would be perfect, but. That looks okay. See, you can't even see the stairway though now. Got too much stuff cluttering it up. Let me put the barrel. There we go. I think that looks pretty good. Now let's go back to that other one. Move this one up. this one up. Maybe do a stack of barrels. No, just one barrel. That looks good to me. I might move the barrel like up here even, and then move the box down. Yeah, okay. That looks like it's blocked by clutter, as does the other one down here. And that's what we're going for. So now I can go ahead and group all of that, and we'll call this blocked stairs. Okay, so in I think it's the prison pack, or is it jail? Yeah, it's called jail. In this jail pack, there's actually like a bunch of beds that look like they're almost just made out of straw and stuff, and then there's actually like piles of straw that can go on the ground, and I think that's perfect for like the kind of bedding that kobolds would use. So I'm gonna have 2 rooms that are full of this kind of stuff. Um, Basically, where they're like kobold bedrooms. I'm gonna do a random angle. And I'm gonna put one right here. But then I'm gonna put something along the sides of it. Those are supposed to be jail bars, but who knows what they actually are. Can be whatever I want to describe them as. Could just be like wooden frames or something like that. There's a doormat. And I think I am going to use one of these pre-made little tables, but I'll probably put it in this other room. Maybe I'll use a couple of these. Yeah. I'm going to turn the scale down though, because they're kobolds. I don't need like really, really big stuff. Humanoid size stuff. They need little tiny small thing people stuff. I may put like a little desk in here though. Kind of like the idea of that. Okay, I'm gonna turn the scale back up. Just putting in some clutter and things. I'm not really sure how that's a cabinet. Am I just looking at it from the wrong angle? I still don't see it. Okay. bench there. How did I miss this door? Wow. Which pack do the doors you've used come from? So this basic brown door and the one right next to it come in the Dungeon Builder set. I specifically went in and recolored doors in Photoshop, and that's where all the colorful ones come from. Those are ones I've recolored based off of these two brown doors. I think we need a blue door here. Since I missed a door, let me go into doors is up here. Into and blue and blue. Okay. I don't know how I missed that one. Let's see. Do I want any other kind of detail here? I don't. Maybe a carpet, like a furniture. Do I have the bearskin rug in here? I don't think I do. I know it's in. There's a bearskin rug either in castle furniture or mansion furniture. Ah, there it is right there. I think that's just funny. The kobolds have a big old bearskin. Probably they stole it. Okay. I do want to include some light sources and probably some sort of fire pit. Oh, maybe that's what they maybe that's what this little room is. It's like a kobold kitchen. That's what I'll do. That little room. Okay, I'm gonna go. Actually, this set does have a really nice oven, fireplace. The oven. Oh, and Bobby, since you asked what pack the doors come from, and I talked about recoloring them, I do have a video on this channel where I go through recoloring assets. Where maybe they aren't in this pack. It must be in the mansion one. There is a. Oops, I went too far. Wow, my mouse is really sensitive today. There we go. In the mansion, maybe is the ones that I'm looking for. Yeah, these are the ones I'm looking for. I want like this one that has the chimney built into it. And I'll put the little. No, I don't want a hearth guard, but I will put the little like fire poker thing. And the set doesn't have as much of the kitchen stuff as the mansion one or the castle one does. Castle furniture. Here we go. Maybe there's some spices hanging in front of the fire drying. And then we're definitely going to need some tables. So this set does have some tables. Ooh, nice slaughter table. And maybe another long table on this side. Yeah, they're also in the dungeon. They're in a bunch of those same doors are in. Let's see. They're in. I know they're in the Dungeon Builder pack. Like way over here, I think. Oh, maybe you're right. They're not in their in dungeon passages, you said? Yeah, there they are. There's dungeon passages. And those are the doors that I used. Sorry about that. Yeah. There's also the Dungeon Rooms pack, which has a bunch of pre-built rooms, which is kind of nice to use sometimes. I've used almost all of these multiple times. There's also the dungeon trap tokens, which can be useful. Hold on a second. Trying to get to the bar here. There we go. For instance, the cracked floor can be a nice thing to just add in for a little bit of detail if you're not necessarily trying to add in traps. Um, and that is something I should consider for this map is including some traps. But if I do that, I'll do that through Fantasy Grounds, not actually adding them on the map. Most of the time, I don't like adding traps right on the map. Uh, anyway, let's go back to our castle uh, furniture and finish up this dungeon. We were gonna add another table on this side. I think I'll just do it like right there. Um, and then I'll probably just put some food clutter on these tables. Oh, that went underneath. There we go. And that looks enough like a kitchen. Maybe I should add some, like a hunk of meat over there. Looks like a turkey to me, or a chicken. It's probably big enough. It's got to be a turkey. So let's see. Those kobold rooms are pretty much detailed and done. I do want to do some sort of like evidence that there's been fighting in this room. So I think I'll go to the Gray Banner Arena set, which has some cool like blood. And I'm gonna turn on random angle. I'm gonna turn up the scale too, because I want these to be pretty big. There have been some very bloody conflicts between these two groups of kobolds. That looks pretty good to me. Okay. So now we need to add details for that are similar for these other kobold rooms. We probably need like a little kobold kitchen again on this side. But this time, instead of like a kobold kitchen, these kobolds are gonna be living a little bit more rough. So I don't want the dirt patch. I actually probably wanted what I had just now, which was the Gray Banner arena set for what I want to do. That's way too big though, because my scale is way up, and I'm going to turn it way down. Is that as far as it'll go? So yeah, like that. And then oh, I thought there was a way to do this, but I thought this one was actually what do you call it? Transparent in the middle. It is not transparent in the middle. I could quickly make this one transparent in the middle. I think that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to go over to Photoshop, and I'm going to find that asset in the Gray Banner Arena. And it was Hazard Hole Pit. Okay, and then I'm going to use the Polygon Lasso tool And I think I'll go 2 squares in, and I'm just gonna kind of select this area. Like so. And then I'm gonna cut and paste it as a new layer, and then move it to where it should be. I don't know why it pasted it off center. Sometimes Photoshop does that. Strange. Come on, fit in there. It doesn't want to snap to where it should fit. Silly Photoshop. Oh, I almost had it there for a second. It's still weird that there's like a little line there. I'm gonna just make it a little bit bigger. Come on. If done right, I shouldn't, there we go. I shouldn't be able to see any lines anywhere. Okay. And then I'm gonna take the opacity down so that it actually is see-through in the middle. I'm gonna go down to about 70, and we'll try that. Because I do want some of it to show through. Okay, and oh, I gotta go find that folder. Are you kidding me? Or I can just show you the import method. That might be easier. This is, what's the actual name of that? Oops, not fancy guns. It is hazard pit hole 6x6. Okay. So I'm gonna name this hazard pit hole transparent 6x6. So I at least keep the same naming convention. Okay. Now, if I go to add custom art to collection, and then go to my pictures where I just saved that, it picks up the name, although it added dashes because it's Photoshop and I saved for web. And I think that's the right size, so I'll just, and then go grab it. Yep. And that's what I wanted to do, which was basically have, wait, something strange. Why is it, I'm zoomed in as much as I can. It might be a little too dark for what I'm trying to do. Too much transparency coming through. So, but that's why I left it open over here, so I can take the transparency down even further. I'm gonna go down to about 40, and then save over the same file that I just made. And then go back to Dungeon Painter and add custom art again. Once again, remove the hash marks. Do you make 2 versions of this same map? One for players and one for you, the DM? I ask because the purchase modules have player maps and DM maps, and the DM map has secret doors, etc. as the players don't. If I include secret doors, I just make a notation of it, and I'll show you how I usually do that once I finish with this. There we go. Yeah, see, that one's less see-through. It already updated on the map. So let's say this door right here was going to be a secret door. So we could go into doors and find this door. There we go. Okay, I'm going to make them invisible for a second. Assuming that this door is invisible, or this door was a secret door, the way I would notate it is with the text tool, and probably right here. Oh, over here. You have to do it. It's weird how you do this. with the text tool in. There's a way to edit when it doesn't matter. I'll just delete. Cut. The easiest way to do it is, okay, you click the text tool, go down here to enter text. This door is a secret door. Spotting this secret door requires a DC 12. No, let's make it 14. Perception check. Okay. And then if I think for some reason, because I put that here instead of like right there, that I need some sort of pointer, I can do like a pointer like that. But I usually don't. And I put it right here because if you're using Fantasy Grounds or even Roll20, the you're probably using some sort of dynamic lighting or something, so the door is or you're using the masking tool in Fantasy Grounds, so they're not seeing beyond the wall. So they would see the wall, but they wouldn't see this text, and you would. I'm not going to do a secret door here, so I am going to make the doors visible, but that's how I do secret doors. And I don't tend to make a DM version of the map, although I have in the past for some maps if they're more complicated, but for the most part, I find that I don't need a DM version of the map. I just need um, a good description. And I also will drag pins onto the map if there's multiple entries for like different descriptions. Yeah, I just got your FG as well. Yeah, so for this map, you'll see I'm going to do multiple story entries and I'll just drag pins onto this map. So there's no need for a DM's map because the players can't access the pins, only the DM can, unless the DM specifically shares those pins. But you don't have a reason to. Um, so, okay, now that we've got our little pit there, which is how I intended it to look, um, I'm gonna use the camp tokens and I'm gonna put a fire in it. So they built like a little. These kobolds have built like a little cooking fire pit. Um, I'm not gonna use that one though. I'm gonna use. So I'm gonna take this wood and I'm gonna scale it up to about 155. That looks a little weird. So instead of the wood, I'm gonna use the log and then scale it down instead. And then I'm gonna turn on random angle. Do like that. And then I'm going to have a big, huge flame. We're going to go up to like 100. So it's like they've got this big fire pit. And they're in this area. I'm going to put a cook pot on the edge there. And I'm going to scale this up to about 150. It's still not big enough. 165. And I'm going to do random angle because I want it to kind of go, yep, like that. That's perfect. And then this is going to look hilarious. They're going to look like a bunch of skewered giant rats. At least that's my intention. I'm going to go custom angle like this. It's not quite right. 30. There we go. And then I'm going to get the scale right. Yes. They're cooking some giant rats over the fire. I'm sure the smell is horrible. Let's see. I might go underneath the logs right here scale this up. We'll see how it looks if I put this underneath. I don't know that that's a detail I need. And now that I've got my campfire hogs and where is there's the cooking thing. I can group those together and actually move them together. And I might move them now that I've got them. I kind of feel like they cover up the detail of the fire too much. And I might even, I think I can rotate and they'll stay all, yeah, they stay all together. I might stick them up here, like they're just cooking at the side of the fire. Oh yeah, I like the way that looks better. So this is like their cook room. And now we just need to add their dining room area and their sleeping room area. And I think I'll put a couple tables in here and a couple tables in here, and then we'll do something similar to what we did up above, but I'm gonna do little like beds instead. So I'm gonna go back to that same dungeon jail and grab some of these beds. Oh, their scale's way too high. Let's go down to like 50, 60. And I'll try and mix things up a little bit. And I might even put on random angle for some of these. That looks pretty good for me. That looks like a kobold bedroom where they're all sleeping in the same room at least. I'm gonna go back and do some of these tables again. Random angle for this room. Like that. And at this point, the only room we don't have anything done in is this room. And maybe we will do a secret door. Maybe there's a secret door there. And this room has some like some old things stored in it. That's actually a pretty good idea. Thanks, Bobby. That's a good idea that you inspired. Okay, so now I need to kind of move all of my assets around so that they can be grouped together. And this is a large map now that we've made. Lots of decorative assets. I'm going to go ahead and wait until we get all the decorations done, though. So we do need to go into the doors and remove the green door. So I got to find the green door first. Okay, and yeah, we are going to make a notation. Let's see. This door was a secret cellar used. That might be too long. I can always look. Is that size big enough? I think I need to up the size because this is a big map. There we go. This store was a secret cellar used only by the Bazaar elite. Is that right how you spell Bazaar? I can always check the spelling over here. Ruin Bazaar. Yeah, okay. I always don't trust my own spelling. The door is hidden well, and the kobolds have never found it. Detecting this door requires a yeah, that's still okay. I just wanted to make sure that line wasn't too long. Detecting this door requires a DC 16. I mean, when they get to this particular area, um, the players should be like at least level 7, so I don't think a DC 16 perception check is too high. Perception check. DC 8 requires a passive perception of 16 or a DC 16 perception check. I always like to include that because a lot of DMs seem to forget that passive perception is even a thing. We'll put details of what's actually in this room in the actual adventure, but like I said, I do like to note secret doors. And I think it's also interesting that there's a secret door right next to where the players will probably enter. And maybe they won't even see it. So we're gonna put some. Oh, I put this in the. Hold on. I'm gonna cut. I'm gonna go. I don't want the in the doors. I want it in here. Paste. There we go. I want it out here. And I like to rename these as secret door note. Okay, so the only other details we want to add are this room. Okay, and then we're ready to export. And while it's exporting, I'll probably take a little break and walk away and feed my dog and things because he's looking at me like, "Are you never gonna feed me ever again? You abandoned me." You know, because he hasn't been fed in like 7 hours or whatever, so he thinks it's the end of the world. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna probably put a bunch of crates in here and barrels, and in the description, they will be like, the barrels were full of wine that is now turned to vinegar and stuff like that because it's been so long since anybody came in here. I might even add some cobwebs just to further emphasize the uh, the abandoned nature of this room. So there's a bunch of barrels. Put some standing barrels in front of it too. Yeah, okay. Maybe one barrel on its side. There we go. And then we're gonna have some crates, which are over here. Hold on, I'm gonna do these ones. And the crates you may end up containing like dried goods and stuff that are now completely worthless. Because I like to add details like that when I do the descriptions for rooms. Put some of these smaller crates on. Oh, they didn't go on top. Great. need my little crates. Is that a little? Yeah, that's one of the little ones. Crate box. That's what they are. Nope. There we go. That one's still. Oh, it's because there's other crates over here. There we go. Yeah. When you start getting tons of assets going in Dungeon Painter Studio, it often will start screwing with like where they're layered. It just gets confused with having way too many things. So it's one of the reasons why it's nice to have a complex layering system like it has. Okay, so we've got those, but we want to add something that the players might actually be like, hey, I want that. It's not going to be the old bags of flour, which I'm including. Like, it's gonna that's pretty nasty. I'm gonna include one of these big rickety chests just for fun. It might not have anything in it. And include a couple of these. I think I want to include, just for fun, a like broken statue in the middle of the room. No, different random angle. There we go. Like that, like a statue that's fallen over. And then I need a table like right here with the little map with the dagger stabbed into the table. I love this asset. It's fun. And then, but there is going to be at least one useful like and colorful chest in this room, which will have like some actual items that are fun and useful for the players. And maybe I'll like make it. Yeah, I'm gonna make it smaller and then like kind of hidden back over here. Obviously, the players will see it immediately when they see the map, so they'll. But that's okay. It's the theming. Okay, so as far as lighting goes, I know I've got lighting in this room and I've got lighting in this room. But I think I want to add some other lighting, and I might even make it like colored magical lighting that has lasted throughout the centuries, kind of. And how am I going to do that though? So I'm going to use this lighting, these lights. So I'm going to make this room be fairly dark, unlit. This room will be dark and unlit. This room will be dark and unlit. This room's going to be lit by this anyway. And this room, I'm going to put some like candles on the tables, or maybe I'm just going to treat those like they're candles. I think they're supposed to look like candles anyway. Those little yellow circles. But it's these rooms out here that I might have some lighting in, and some colored lighting at that. I think I'm just going to put a single light here at the corner. How do I want to do this, though? That's the question. Maybe like right here, because if the designers made it that way, they would light all the hallways, or you at least would see it down all the hallways. You can hear my dog growling. I'm sorry about that. Like I said, once I get it exporting, I will take a break and feed him. How do I'm gonna think. I think I'm gonna do 4 lights in this room. Like that. And then all these other rooms are either going to be lit by candles or not lit at all. So now that we've got all of these decorations, I'm just going to start getting everything ready to be grouped. Group decorations. Now sometimes I tend to group I group decorations by room, which is actually like that's the way you should do it, to be honest. Because then it's easier to find stuff. But I don't think I'm gonna have to come back and edit anything in this one. It looks pretty good for me right now. Just kind of going over everywhere. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and start this. There's gonna be more than one export because I am gonna export it with a grid. It might take a few minutes to export this. And I can already see that I need to. This map is so big, I gotta get the. Come on, move over. It doesn't want to move. There we go. That's just what we want to export, that area there. So it's 30 by 60, which is pretty big, but it's not too big. Okay. While it's exporting, I'm going to go feed my dog, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. Okay, this is the gridded version. And then I'm going to save this file. Because you never know when you might need to come back and edit the original DPS file. I am going to close DPS because there's no reason to be wasting memory on it. I don't know if you guys noticed this when I was still muted, but I was looking up what to call the map. This encounter has an extra O in it. Instead of kobold, it's kobold. Gonna have to, actually, might as well show you guys this. For those of you who are Fantasy Grounds users, if you go to the Fantasy Grounds message boards, and then go down to 5E, there is a bug reports thread. And actually, I'm going to take a screenshot of that too. Let's see. Show you how to do a proper okay. And because I like to just host my images on Imager, I'm going to upload that screenshot. Wait, is that the right one? No. I grabbed another one. I'm not seeing the link, but hold on. I'll just do open image. There we go. Copy that URL, and then I'm going to go over here and say in Tomb of Annihilation 0.03.2215 Ruined Bazaar, the Kobold Den encounter is mistakenly labeled Kobold Den. And extra O. And then because it's almost always Zacchaeus that does all these fixes, and I like to mostly annoy him. I mean, sometimes it's helpful, but mostly I think it just annoys him. I actually include an image, and then if I go post quick reply, there it goes, and it's huge. The images are always massive, just the way they show up on. And I like the Kobold. That's not even a bug. It's just but that's mostly what people report is they report all these silly things that just make everything a little bit nicer, to be honest. Okay, so we've got that. We can close this because I fixed it the way I wanted it. We've got those saved. Oh, where? There's okay. One in my Explorer. We saved them in DPS Tomb of Annihilation folder that shall not be named in case there's anybody watching. And we load that one up, and then we're gonna drag both of them in because you know me, I like my labels. So this one's got the grid label, this one doesn't, and then we can just delete the background layer. Okay, so there's not much editing that needs to be done on these maps. The only things that we need to do are add some lighting and stuff. So I'm gonna add a couple of empty layers. Actually, I should add a third layer because I'm gonna drag in my 2-minute watermark. Should go right there. No, it didn't. That's okay. I can drag it down where it needs to go. Dun, 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 dun. Get it accurately placed. I think that's about right. That looks right. Check mark. Yep, looks good. Okay. And then, so this is going to be our darkness layer, and this one is our lighting layer. Actually, I'm going to make multiple lighting layers because I am going to have some colored darkness. Okay, Bobby, with 2-minute tabletop, some packs have Roll20 and FG folders in them with different DPI. Some packs only have Roll20 in them. Is this going to be an issue with FG? It might be an issue with Dungeon Painter Studio, but it shouldn't be an issue with FG. Unless you're talking about the specific maps. And in those cases, he usually gives you the DPI of the map in the pack. Like it'll say DPI Roll20 140 or something like that. And I think that's the usual for his maps for Roll20, because the standard grid size on Roll20 is, I think, 70 pixels per square, and he jams in and he does double just to make them higher quality. I think the standard for, I don't know what he does for Fantasy Grounds. I honestly can't remember. Most of his asset packs though come with a 300 DPI folder, and those are the ones that I use to when I import stuff. And if I were to import something like I did earlier in the stream, yeah. Oh, you're talking about the token packs, like actual tokens, or are you talking about assets? Because there's a difference. He does have tokens as well. The stream is obviously slow to update to. I'm just waiting for Bobby's response if you're wondering. I don't know if you heard my question, Bobby. Are you talking about tokens or assets? Because there's a difference. Tokens are like, like the tokens that you move around that represent little characters and stuff. Assets are what you place on a map, and I guess I need clarification. If assets, you are talking assets. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. So yeah, his asset packs usually have. Let me see if I can find one. I think I have some saved. Some of that are still in his zip files, for instance. Well, I have the new stuff that I haven't even added to Fantasy Grounds yet. Here we go. This is what you're talking about. It'll have 60 DPI Fantasy Grounds, 140 DPI Roll20, and 300 DPI, like the full size. When I import stuff into Dungeon Painter Studio, I use these assets. Let me actually, I haven't even looked at these. Let me go to, just go down here to pictures, map assets, 2-minute tabletop, new stuff. That's where I opened that folder. I'm just gonna drag these out right here and I'm gonna get a good look at them. They're just some boulders. Interesting that he even sent those out. But when I import them, I use these 300 DPI ones when I import them into Dungeon Painter Studio. And if I was just dragging and dropping these into like Photoshop, if I wanted to add this boulder to this map, I'd still use this one because I can always scale it down to the size that I actually want it. Oh, I want a boulder sitting here, but obviously I don't really. If I was going to import them into Fantasy Grounds like Unity to use as map making assets within Unity, I probably would use these 60 DPI ones, because then they're going to be smaller. For instance, if I drag out just boulder 1, and then drag it over here. It's the same size, but the quality, you should notice the quality is quite different. Like, hold on, let me, because it's using less dots per inch. Let me drag in Boulder 2. So you can, oh, it won't let me. I have to click the check mark first. Boulder 2, which is the 300 DPI. Do you see the difference? Even this one's even smaller, but it's clearer. It has more definition because there's more dots per inch. That's what DPI stands for, in case you didn't know. But yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be a problem as you rolled it, an issue with FG. Um, because I don't really make maps in Fantasy Grounds. Like I've barely used Unity to do any kind of tiling or hardly anything. The thing that I've used the most in with the map tools that are new to Unity is I've done quite a bit of line of sight walls and terrain tool and all that stuff to add line of sight to maps, and then I've done a bit of the messing around with getting the FX layers to only affect certain areas of certain maps by using layering and transparency on the maps. But as far as like the tiling stuff, I haven't really messed with that or like building a map within Fantasy Grounds. And from what I've seen, for what it to build the quality of maps that I do, it would take a ton of prep time to get all those assets ready to use and ready to drag in and make a map in Fantasy Grounds. And it's way easier just to use Dungeon Painter Studio or even Dungeon Draft and build the map that way. So, oh, okay. I just wanted to give you a full answer. So, see you later, Bobby. Have fun at your work meeting. Okay. Um, let's see. So, back to what we were doing here. I'm gonna zoom out. So, we're gonna be adding lighting in here, a little bit of lighting in here, a little bit of lighting in here, and that's all normal, like candle lighting, or normal lighting. Normal, same in here, and I think in here, just a little bit of lighting. So that's all one layer where we're gonna need. I'm gonna call it normal lighting layer, and then I'm gonna do two different colors. I'm gonna do a hallway lighting. Oops, cancel. Hallway lighting and battle room lighting. I think I'm gonna do like a kind of a greenish light in this room because I think it'll look interesting, or maybe more reddish because it'll go with the blood and the battle theme, and then maybe the green light out in here. But I think that's what I'm gonna do. So the darkness layer, I am just gonna use black. And where's my paint bucket? There's my paint bucket. Bam. And then I'm gonna take the opacity. Well, actually, I'm gonna do this the other method. I'm gonna use multiply, and then take it. I think I'm gonna go to 55. Uh, Sorry, I just got a message from Bobby further confirming that he was talking about assets in DPS. It I'm answering him directly on Discord. It can be a slight issue when importing assets into DPS, but usually if they're not huge assets, more than 10 by 10 squares, it's not an issue. For larger assets, it can be a pain getting those to line up right in Dungeon Painter Studio, unfortunately. Okay. Let's see. So we've got our darkness. I think I went to 55 opacity on that layer. And then we're gonna use my normal method that you've probably seen me do. We're gonna create a layer mask, and we're going to paint on that layer mask. Where's my paintbrush? Oh, it's hidden behind the pencil tool. I'm gonna 250 is fine, I guess. I'm gonna take my time because this is for a commercial product. I'm going to start down here. Now these are little candles, and I'm going to assume that these little candles are lit, but I'm also going to assume that because they're little candles, they're not quite so strong as like normal light. However, there are quite a few of them in this room. I don't know. We'll just see where this goes. So I'm going to just go like, I'm going to assume they only go like 10 feet and then another 10 feet. Like half what a lantern would. So some of them are going to like overlap a little bit, like this one. There's a lot of this light that's going to get taken away, or a lot of this darkness, I should say. Dun, 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 dun. And then this one's going to go all the way over to that one. Yeah, I placed so many of these little candles around that this whole room is going to be fairly well lit. Just kind of going around. And there we go. Maybe a little bit further up there. Okay, and then it's this next circle that just is going to go out a little bit. A little bit like that. A little bit like this. A little bit. And now I don't have hardly anyone watching my stream, but that's okay. I can talk to myself. Other people may watch this later on because I am whatever YouTube calls it, DVRing it. Basically, it makes it available as a video for people later on. Because I know this was requested. People wanted to know how I go from full on like concept to map to like a pre-made adventure with all the fixings. Let me turn the navigator on. Yeah, that looks pretty good. We're zoomed way in, so it's hard to tell, but yeah. Okay, now this room, the fire is so big. I'm just gonna actually select and delete, and then I'll go around the edges. Can I delete? No, I can, but I can fill. Boop. So it's super bright in that room because of that big old fire. I don't know. Maybe that's too much. I'm gonna go. Let's try using a. What am I looking for? The gradient. There we go. Is this the right gradient? That looks pretty good. Maybe a little stronger. Let's try. It's about the same strength. That's what I'm going for, though. But, okay, now that I've got that, I'm going to undo it. And I'm going to select the whole room this time. All the walls and everything. Then go back and do it. I would like it to be a little bit stronger. That's why I'm dragging it out. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Nice. Okay. Now I've got two different lighting styles in the same map, which is cool so that you can see another way of doing it using the gradient tool. For this room, though, I am going to use my usual method. There's no light on that one. There's lights here, though. So, do our usual candle. To about there. Candle light. Come out a little bit further. And then click right on it. Nice. I like the way that looks. Okay, so now for this particular hallway, I am going to zoom out again. I don't know why I zoomed in so close. I want to be able to see the whole thing. Okay, I'm going to assume this is a fairly bright light. So it's going to go all the way down to here, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's going to go all the way there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I'm going to make it go out to 10, actually. Like, this is even stronger than a torch. Stronger light than a torch. Probably because these are actually, like, I'm going to have these be, like, magical lights, basically, that have been on for hundreds of years. And they're still glowing. They're basically permanent light spell kind of thing. But they're going to be colored light. I'm going to come out to about here. Up to about here. And here. And then fill that in. Again to about here and about there, and then I'm just going to make a circle here and click a bunch. Make sure I get rid of all the darkness right there on that light. And when we add in the color, it'll look a lot cooler. Okay, same thing for this room. However, this room, I think I am going to use the gradient method instead that we already used before. So what I'm going to do, select the whole room, and then I'm going to, actually I'm going to cut out a little bit here. So I'm holding Alt and I'm using the polygon tool, and I'm going to cut out the top of the doorway just in case. I don't want to give away that there's light beyond the door. If they come to this door, I don't want them to necessarily see the colored light coming through. So I'm just going to cut a little bit of that out. And on the other hand, I might want to add, so I'm going to hit Shift and add the tops of the doors on this side to the selection area on these. Again, holding Shift. And there we go. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to our gradient tool, which I do have the circle gradient on. I'm going to turn the opacity down, though, because I don't want it to be super strong. I'm going to go down to about 75. I want these lights to interact with one another. Oops. And I'm trying to zoom in. There we go. Okay. So I'm just going to come out about 4. And I'm going to do the same thing over here. And over here. And over here. And I think that looks cool, like that. It's not a super brightly lit room. Almost like, and we're going to use red light in these areas, so it'll almost be this, like this whole room is filled with like this dim red light, like you might find in I can't even think now. Like in, like emergency lighting in a business nowadays in the modern age. So I'm going to show you, since I've been using the selection tool, and if you watched me do some of these lit rooms down here to the south where the light kind of bled through the wall, if you want to prevent that, you can always use the selection tool before you use the smoke brush that I use. So for instance, if I can actually switch to the polygon tool to make it even better for this room. You don't want it to go outside the walls, if that'll bug you. You can just select the area that you want the light to touch, like that. And then we'll go ahead and, because there is just one light source here, we'll go ahead and use the polygon tool again, or the gradient tool. I'm gonna turn the opacity back up to 100, and I'm gonna do it pretty strong. And I might go all the way over to here. Yep, that looks right to me. It's just a little bit faded on that end. And if you want to see the selection tool usage again, I'll go ahead and do that. There's just, as you can see, I'm getting a little bit tired. Been streaming for a couple hours, and we still have at least another hour of work to do in Fantasy Grounds itself. I don't know why I did that. There we go. But yeah, and in this case, I can select both of these rooms because there's light in both of them. There's no reason to not do both rooms at the same time. Okay, I'm going to switch to my paintbrush this time because I like doing these with the paintbrush. I like the smoky look. There are lights on this table. And I'm going to go out to about here, make the circle, and like that. And as you can see, I can go over here and it doesn't do anything because it's not inside the selection area. Okay, and then about like that. And if you're wondering why you're hearing R2D2, that's my phone. Okay, those candles. And then there is one set of candles right there. So I think I went a little too far on one side, but that's okay. And we're done taking away the darkness. The only thing we have to do now is add in the color of the lighting. So we'll start with the normal color lighting areas. If you've seen me do maps before, you know I like a slightly orangish yellow, about like that. And we're gonna paint on directly on the map, and then we'll take the opacity down. Now with these little candles, I don't actually want to add a whole lot of. Uh-oh. going on? I'm not getting any color. Is anybody? Oh, do I have a selection area at the top still? I do. Well, it's doing its job. Okay, deselect. There we go. Silly me. Okay, back down here. Now, because these are candles and I didn't make them very strong, I'm not going to do a whole lot of light. My brush is set to 30% opacity. I think I'm actually turn that down even more. I thought I could do it on the brush area. I can't. I have to do it down here. 25. Come on. Doesn't want to cooperate. 25. There we go. And I'm going to actually lower the brush size to 200 as well. Not 2000. There we go. So I don't really want to go too far with the coloring because I don't want to make the coloring over powerful. I'm probably going to go like that and then maybe one little circle. And so like that, one little circle. In this one, I'm kind of just filling in some of the area. I don't want it to overlap too much with the ones I've already painted. I'm just doing very subtle coloring on this one compared to how you've seen me do other ones. We'll come back after I've done all the normal lighting color and we'll turn the opacity down so that it gets it set right. Okay, in this room, I'm going to go a little bit heavier with the coloring because that is a much stronger fire. I'm going to go to about there. Come out. I do see a little issue that I want to fix. Okay, well, we'll come back to that. It's a very, very minor issue. Okay, again, soft candle lighting. I'm going to probably go out to about like that. It is a bigger candle, bigger group of candles than just the little groups that we did earlier, but so it's a little bit more, but not a whole lot more. And then one more click, I think. There we go. This light is going to be colored. This light is going to be colored. This is normal light up here. And I'm going to come out to about there. And I know I didn't use the selection tool, so the color's going outside the walls, but I mostly just showed you guys that because I know some people really hate the color bleeding through the walls. Personally, it doesn't bother me, even for maps that I'm going to sell. So okay, that looks pretty good. And then we got both of these, so do this one first. About like that. Fill it in, and then a circle. One couple clicks. And about like that. more actually. Okay. So now I've got all that. I'm going to start at my standard opacity reduction of 40 at 45. And then I'm going to go around and look at all the areas and make sure they look okay. 45. Okay. So we'll start down here. That looks really good to me. That looks like little, flickering candles. That looks like a big, huge fire that's warmly lighting the room. And you guys were, if you were wondering what my problem was, the issue that I wanted to fix, it is right here. I'm just going to smudge that over a little bit. I could smudge this way, which is probably better because then it'll match the other areas. There we go. Okay, so that's a nice looking area. That looks nice. The lighting does. At least this, we were on this normal lighting. Scroll. That looks good. And those all look good. So my standard 45, which is what I use on most of the maps, that worked really well. Okay, so now we got to add the hallway lighting, which I think I decided was going to be green. But now the more I think about it, and more I think it'll look cooler if it's more of like a bluish green. So we got to find a nice bluish green color. Somewhere up in here. Maybe a little too bright. I don't know. And then again, it maybe more of a just a lighter blue would be cool. I can always look at it both ways. So let's start off with my initial idea of like a greenish color, like that, and then I'll show you how you can look at different colors. So, I think I am going to use the gradient tool, but in order to do that properly, I have to use the lasso tool and select the area where the light's going to go. So, this is going to be a little bit different. I'm going to select the whole room, kind of like you've seen me do. But then when we get up to this corner, the light's going to come over to here like that, and then it doesn't really go through this corner. And then I'm going to have to go around with the smudge tool and soften the edges after we're done. And you'll see me do that. I'm going to go all the way down here, even though I don't think the color is ever going to get that far. And then again, I'll go like this. And up to the corner, to here, and like that. Okay, so that's our selected area that's going to be affected by our gradient. And we're going to do a strong gradient out. I might as well go the whole way just to see what it looks like. To be honest, that doesn't look that bad. Now you're probably going, what? But let me go down to my standard reduction of 45. That's still pretty strong. So let's try 35. That's pretty good, actually. The 35. I might go down to 30. Again, I'm liking the lighting. I'm not necessarily liking the color. So we're gonna, with this color, this hallway selected, we're gonna hit Control U, which brings up hue and saturation in Photoshop, and we're gonna mess with the hue, and we're gonna go more towards the blue. That's really, really blue. I do like the blue though. I like the blue. Maybe it's just, I like blue. Yeah, I kind of like the blue lighting. So now now that we've got a color selected, I don't need to really smudge over where the gradient is affecting the light, but on these lines where it's just like a shadow of light, I kind of want to go along and just kind of wiggle this smudge tool right there. So you can see that yes, the light isn't going up the stairs because of the corner, but it's not a sharp, drastic line. And I'll do the same thing over here. I just kind of wiggle this smudge tool along that line. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. And it makes it a softer line. Maybe even want to wiggle, 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 wiggle. This one, the light is stronger, so I want to get it just softened just right. I'm starting to sound like Bob Ross. Gonna put in some happy little lighting. Okay, that looks really cool to me, but we still need to do the red room, the battle room. So we're gonna do exactly the same thing we just did. I'm gonna start with just a box rather than going around with the lasso tool. And I'm going to subtract this area. And then on the other ones, I'm going to add shift, click. Oops. There we go. Okay. So now we're going to do the same thing we did when we took away the light, only with a red color. And I'm definitely going to go more intense on the red and maybe even a little bit brighter. I may go orangish red though. Like that. That looks pretty good. Okay. Grab our gradient tool, which is at 100%. I'm going to go ahead and lower that like I did before. I'm going to go to 80 already, which is going to confuse the battle room lighting when we actually get it done. But, oops. Why is it not letting me zoom in? Whatever. Let's zoom. It's also not letting me scroll. It's probably because I've got this tool selected or something. I don't know. There's some things in Photoshop I just don't know. Okay, I'm going to go a little bit stronger than I did with the lighting. So I went 5 in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to there. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way. So going all the way to the center on both lights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So now it's just about finding the right opacity for these lights. And 45 might be the right opacity because I'm just so used to that. But you did see I went a little softer. I went down to 80 on the actual gradient tool. So this is actually a little bit lower than 45. It's probably technically a little bit lower than that. That looks great to me. Looks amazing. Very thematic. Fits the whole, like, the idea that the kobolds are fighting each other. And I didn't even realize this, but I've got the blue kobolds live up here, and there's a blue hallway, and the red kobolds live down here, and there's the red room. They're actually flipped. Kind of. That's just interesting the way that works out. But this is probably where the players are going to come down. They're going to find one staircase that's not blocked off like all these other ones are blocked off with stuff. So, this map is finished, I believe. I don't think there's anything else that I need to do to it other than save a bunch of copies in all the right sizes. I can always come back and do that later, though. You don't need to see me saving all the different sizes for like Roll20 users and such. I'm just gonna save the Photoshop file, and then I'm gonna turn off the grid, and we're gonna save it. Oh, my default's set to PNG right now, so it's gonna take a moment. Okay, let's turn it to JPEG. Okay, and then let's see, a 50% of that. Hey, even though this is 3,000, or it's a 30 squares by 60 squares, it's still less than half a, or it's still just a barely over half a megabyte when we save it in our preferred size, grid size. So let's see, role-playing games, D&D, maps, DPS, Tomb of Annihilation, Omu, and then I need zip, and this is VTT images, and then Ruined Bazaar. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna minimize this and actually go to that folder that I just made. I'm gonna make, hold on, where is, that's what I want. I want this batch file. That got rid of all the dashes. I do want one dash in there though. One right there. Okay. So now we're going to import this over in here in Photoshop, or in I can't even think now. In our Tomb of Annihilation fantasy grounds that we're using. I'm going to go to this folder though. I'm going to get rid of all the current maps. This has already been exported and such. And oh, I can get rid of the Mbala overland as well. I do need to make a new cover. Oh, that's the wrong cover too. Okay, let's drag that one in. Okay. Yep, there it is. So let's go down here to the bottom and add a grid. Because you can't do anything in Fantasy Grounds if you don't have a grid on the map. There we go. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and minimize this. And I'm going to minimize this. This is our map, which I'm going to put map Ruined Bazaar, Cobalt Cellars, and I'm going to put Cellars as the unidentified name. We don't need this right away. I don't really need this or this for what we're doing. I'm going to keep this around, this long description of the area. Okay, let's see. How do I want to start this? I guess I'll go into my story entries and immediately start editing some of this stuff so that it's ready. Tomb of Annihilation Part 6. Omu. I don't have the right cover, so why don't, are you in Photoshop right now? Sorry, Bobby sent me a message in Discord. I was. In FG right now. Okay. Let's see. I wanted to do the new cover. So, you need to click the identify button on your map. Yeah, I know, but here's the reason I don't have it identified. For instance, I'll show you if I just make a. If I drag this in while it's unidentified, when it makes the link, it doesn't have the full name. And when I make the story entries for the DM, the full name should be there. So I don't unidentify it until I'm all done. And I'm ready to export. And then I go through and I unidentify the maps. Okay, so I was gonna show you how I make the covers. For this is Tomb of Annihilation, so I need the Tomb of Annihilation template. And let's see. Well, this is not part 1. This is part 6. Omu. And that's all I need to change. So I'm going to save this. And the covers all go right here. And this is the PDF cover. And then I turn on the FG logo and save it again. And that's the FG cover. And then I'll just save this just to make sure it's saved. But I can close it. And if I go back up to DPS where we just saved those, and I copy this, and then in my images folder, I paste over that cover. I can close this, and then if I open the art in here, it because I pasted over it, it's already there. It's even already linked. It's really nice that I can do that. So let's see. I'm just gonna go through really quick and make sure this is all right. These are gonna be. Actually, there might still be a random counter section. I'm gonna delete all those. Everything else should stay the same except this should say part 6. Omu. Yep. I'll come back and edit this as I get more of the stuff done. This I will edit later as well when I have more of it done. The about the art should stay the same. Random encounters. Actually, I'm not really quite sure how I'm going to do the folder structure or the story structure for this. I'll probably do the random encounters at the beginning, like I usually do. I'm just gonna go ahead and put. I'm just gonna change this out. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do side quests in this last part because I'm doing so many maps and so many like areas that weren't covered. So for now, I'm just gonna change chapter 3 into Omu, Ruined, Bazaar, Kobold, Cellars. just going to delete everything. How did I do chapter 2? Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. So, let's see. Is this bolded? Yeah, it is. And now I need to pull out my book as well, because I like to include the information as if it came straight from the book, not from the module. And I like to not use words like module as well, if I can avoid it, and use things like product and such, because people who buy PDFs, because I'll make a PDF version of this eventually, people who buy the PDFs have no idea what you're talking about when you say module. Okay, I gotta find where this is in the book, because I know where it is in the module. It's 3.2215, so that should be chapter 13, or I'm sorry, chapter 3. So I need to go to, I think chapter 3 in the book starts on 91. Yep. And then I need to figure out where in chapter 3 that is the Ruined Bazaar. There's so much in chapter 3. Okay, maybe it's not in chapter 3. Hold on. Maybe I didn't go far enough back. Let's look at that again. Locations in the city. City entrance. I think I just didn't go far enough back. There we go. Moa Shrine. What entry is this? It's either 22 or 15. Was it 22 on the map? I thought it was like a 15 on the map. I don't know where the 3.22 is. Probably because they had multiple entries. Yep, it is 15. Ruined Bazaar, which starts on page 106. So, in Tomb of Annihilation, in Tomb of Annihilation on page 10. What did I say? 106? 106. Or in the Tomb of Annihilation module 0.2215. The Ruined Bazaar is described as having kobolds that live below the Ruined Bazaar in the ancient cellars. For this product, I have expanded this area to not only include an encounter map, but also have included expanded story and I just saw your question, Bobby. Am I willing to stream a map making video for a village or town? I've done that in one of my classes. I should have been recording. I can probably do a video later. I'll make a note of that. In fact, I can actually go to my notes and make a note of that. Do a video making a city village map. So yeah, I'll do that at some point. I did that. I can delete that. I did finish the. I gotta do that for tomorrow. I got a player who's got potions that he shoots at people with his blowgun, and I need to go in and code all of his potions that he's got. He doesn't have them coded on his sheet. Let me go back to where we were. Okay. But yeah, I can do that, Bobby. I can make a video on that. So let's see. I have expanded this area to not only include an encounter map, but also have included expanded story and encounters not included in the adventure for this. Maybe I'll do a heading or something. Let's see. Control 2 changes. Now, description. And if I'm going to do it that way, I'll make it look like the description in this seller instead of just the usual kobold encounter with Kakarol and his kobold followers. I have added additional, an additional faction of, or tribe. Tribe works better. Tribe of blue kobolds who oppose Kakarol and his red kobold tribe. They live at opposite ends of the cellar tunnels and often fight each other. I think each other is supposed to be 2 words for supremacy. And oddly enough, I do not spell check my my modules. I really should. That is something, if you guys want to go onto Idea Informer and find the Fantasy Grounds one, there is a suggestion for a built-in like story spell check. But no, I don't take the time to copy everything out in spell check. I just try to use the best spelling that I can. I'm pretty sure I haven't spelled anything wrong yet. Maybe each other. I'm not sure if each other is supposed to be 2 words or I don't know. It doesn't matter. Let's see. So that's a basic description. I do need to come up with some oh, Manny asks, how about one that covers the new LOS in Unity with that installer FG requires? New LOS. I have no idea what that installer FG requires. I don't know what you mean by that. I have videos, I think, that cover LOS. There may be one. I haven't done a whole lot of videos. I do cover those in the classes that I give at the college. I do cover line of sight stuff. Mostly because if I do a video and then they change how LOS is done, which is totally a possibility, then the video is useless. So I haven't really done any videos per se of doing LOS in Unity. I thought I did one video though. And it may have been the big stream video that I did. The giveaway. I may have done some line of sight stuff in that video. I can't remember. That was right around the time that I was redoing some line of sight for a project that I still haven't been paid for yet. It's been, I think I did the actual conversion like a month and a half, 2 months ago, and we keep going back and forth with Smiteworks. They want the line of sight done in a very specific way. Although last I heard, like a week ago, I got the okay from somebody who is doing the checking of the line of sight, and I still haven't gotten paid because I I don't know. This is probably one of the last times I do a conversion straight for Smiteworks. They're picky, 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 and slow, slow, slow. Anyway, let's see. So what do we need to do? We need to first of all we need to make a copy of this encounter. So I'm gonna. Where is this? It's probably in Tomb of Annihilation, right? Not in chapter 1. It separates them by chapter, so that means it's probably in this one, which is chapter 3. 322 Ruined Bazaar Centipedes. What the heck? Is that LOS for Unity? Line of sight is, yeah, just Unity. There's no line of sight in Classic. Uh, Centipedes and wasps. I may need to go back to what I was looking at. Let me go back to the reference manual. No, not the player's handbook reference manual. The Tomb of Annihilation. So locations in the city. Ruined Bazaar. I know there's some traps, and then there's a cellar, and then there's the parcel. I have no idea what these wasps and centipedes are for. What the heck are those even in there for? Is it part of the traps? Green slime, scorpion, skunk. No. There's nothing to do with wasps or... That is crazy. I have no idea what those are there for. I've read through this several times and there was never anything about any wasps or centipedes. Crazy. Yeah, really weird. I'm just gonna ignore those. Manny says on their wiki. Installer the FG requires. Can you link me the wiki, Manny? I have no idea what you're talking about. Fantasy Grounds Unity wiki? I hope you. Is this the wiki you're talking about? An installer. I mean, there's installing the software if that's what you're talking about. I don't even think they've added that. I mean, that's the crazy thing is they haven't added hardly anything. This is the closest thing we have to a like documentation. Um, yes, that specific way is in that link above. What link above? I don't think it posted the link. It may be that YouTube didn't like the link and deleted it because I didn't get it. Unless you're talking about this wiki. How about one that covers the new line of sight in Unity with that installer FG requires? Yeah, that it's the last like 5 words of that sentence that I'm just like, huh? I don't know what you mean by the installer FG requires. I mean, Unity is a separate program from Fantasy Grounds Classic. Fantasy Grounds Unity and Fantasy Grounds Classic are two totally separate programs, and Unity has line of sight. Um, and if you're asking if I'll do a video on how Unity does line of sight, I'm probably won't. Not until Unity is ready to launch because things break when they fix things like modules and such. They keep changing the way things work. in Unity because it's not. Um, do they even have layers mode, paint mode, FX mode, line of sight? There's the line of sight stuff right here. I mean, this still changes even. Um, and half of this I don't even know. Click on this to turn on and off magic. Okay. Well, the funny thing is hold control when placing a point to temporarily toggle this setting. Huh. That's nice to know. I'm still learning this, to be honest. All this Unity stuff. I haven't done anything with the paint mode. Oh no, it's not the paint mode, is it? It's the layers mode. No, I can't remember what you do for. Oh yeah, here it is. It is in layers mode. It's the tiling. I haven't really messed around with like building a map within Unity, but from what I've watched, it's it's way harder, to be honest. It's way more work for less payout. Um. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to what I was maybe a random encounter. Yeah, I've got plenty of videos of me making random encounters, just not in Unity and not with the line of sight. Like I said, I won't probably mess around with the line of sight until I'm ready to until Unity's done and I know they're not going to be changing things constantly. Okay. Oh, there's the kobold traps. Okay, so I am going to make a copy of this, which should be down here and say copy, and then I'm going to move that copy into my expanded Tomb of Annihilation. Close this one. No, a special installer for line of sight. I mean, I don't know what you mean. I know there's different ways of adding line of sight to your maps. I'm gonna delete these. These are from the previous. Oops. Previous one. There are different ways of adding line of sight to your maps. You can add it manually. I sent it to me in Discord. Okay, I'll open it. I'll see what you're looking at. Okay. Download and install the FGLOS installer. Extracting LOS data for modules. Any module for additional steps for other XML files. Uh, okay, hold on. I'm just reading this. So any module should be built. And these additional steps will allow you. It looks like it's in here. Extracting LOS data for modules. Unblock and extract the zip files. Run setup. Create a new blank campaign. Open your FG. Go to assets, images. Open your maps and have both it and your modules Windows assets open at the same time. Drag that. That's just to add. Okay. Unlock the image and set the grid size. Got it. Image should be centered by default. Don't move the image around. Okay. Define all line of sights. That's like this is going to be hard for me because of the way I do grids. I'll probably have to like close it after I add the grid and then relaunch the table to get it. Define all. No, wait. Define all LOS. Then what's the point? Make a copy of your module somewhere and extract it using zip tool like to. Extract. Why would you want to do this? Browse for your. I don't understand why you would want to do this though. Like if you've added the line of sight, why would you want to extract it from? I I still don't see why you would go through this entire process. It seems really like a roundabout way of doing the exact same thing that Unity already does. You just load it up in Unity. Like here's the thing is like right here, you get to this step right here, define all line of sights and then make a copy of your module somewhere and extract it. I'm just not sure why you would ever want to do this. Like if you've done the line of sight on the map and then you export the module, why would you go another step to have all this extra stuff going on? Like it doesn't do anything else as far as I can tell. Is this what you're talking about, Manny? Do you know like what's the point? What is the end game of doing all these extra steps beyond right here? I mean, there's this that they've added. I knew about this. I've seen this elsewhere other than right here that they have their own LOS style guide, although their LOS style guide is still changing. Um you should click the folder. I don't really understand what the point of this is. I mean, I guess if you, I mean, there is a nice thing up here where it says it closes any door or terrain elements, but I don't really open them when I'm doing LOS. I just do it and then I export. Click on the browse button. Save. It will update the log file with the processes that you complete. Review the log, look for any errors, verify that you see an XML file next to an image that has low LOS data. Rezip your module, test the module and test campaign. From there, you should be able to open any map. Image is normal, and check the LOS definition. Make sure the line correctly. I I honestly don't know what this is all about. This may be last updated April 9th. I don't know. Uh, I'll have to ask like Zacchaeus or somebody about it that knows more about it. Um, the way I do line of sight is I make a like for instance I make a module like this one in Fantasy Grounds Classic. I export that module. Then I go and I go to the campaign folder in Fantasy Grounds Classic and I copy this campaign folder. And I'm very careful now not to use any special characters when I'm doing line of sight versions. If there are any special characters, I'll go in and edit them. Like for instance, in this image right here, I think parentheses are fine. But like if I had an apostrophe, Unity does not like apostrophes in at all. Like it'll handle colons okay, I believe. It handles. It doesn't like quotes and it doesn't like apostrophes in image names, especially. But then I'll copy this folder, and then I'll go to my Unity data to my campaigns over here and paste it over here, and then I'll load up this campaign in Unity, and then I'll add line of sight to the maps and then re-export the module. I don't do anything else because everything else should already be set up in such a way that now there is an issue right now with the author extension, which is what's making these like the frame and the subchapter stuff. That's why they're purple because those are labeled as, and it's for making reference manuals. The current author extension, as far as I know, doesn't export the images in line in the reference manual. For instance, like if I load up, hold on, if I load up like my most recent Tomb of Annihilation expansion and I go to reference manual, like the covers right there in the reference manual because of the way and the maps. When I go to a specific map, they're all because the way the author extension works, it automatically puts them in and it puts a label of what the file name is underneath it. But the Unity version, it doesn't do that. It just has a link to the image because Celestan, I think, hasn't is the one that works on it. Yes, I agree, and that's what I was asking you. But it says they want it done right. Yeah, they don't mean using this when they talk about their style guide. Where is the style guide? Here it is. This is what they're talking about. They want okay, so and I'll full screen this. It's not a very good quality, but they want the lines on the line of sight on the inside of the walls. They want them to be as straight as possible, and they want like when the doors, they want the doors as squares, and they want them to not go over the line. They want them to line up and be very perpendicular and as straight as possible. Um, Now, personally, I do not like their style because you can't. Because if you're a player and you're playing in the game, you can barely see the wall. And see, they even go further and they go all the way like that, along the thickness of the walls, like that. Some of the ones I did for them, I didn't do that specifically exactly, but and see, um, whoever's doing this, they're also, if you're watching this, they're using the arrow keys to move, like, so their mouse doesn't even move. I can't do that. Like, if I put my hand on the mouse, see, and he's not perfect either. Um, but yeah, and they'll never be perfectly aligned. Like if you're looking right here, you'll see that it's slightly up higher than the other one. It's not perfect. So they're not super strict about it, but they are somewhat strict. They're also very like they want stairs to be terrain. They want I believe statues. They want you to use like the head. Um, the head of the statue needs to be like a circle of terrain. Um, all the doors and secret doors need to be added for modules that you make, but um, those are only for modules that are going to be uploaded to the like to Steam or the Fantasy Ground store that you have to follow their style guide. Like when I do my line of sight versions for the stuff that we're talking about now, I'm not going to use their style guide. I'm not going to have the line of sight like starting here and then going all the way. Actually, on these walls, if I was using their line of sight rules, it would be like way down here at the bottom of the wall, and then it would go around, and you wouldn't get to see the wall art at all. You wouldn't even barely be able to see like anything that if I put an asset that's hanging on the wall. Like I have some maps that I have pictures hanging on the wall. If I use their style guide, you wouldn't even see the pictures if you're a player, which I think is stupid. So when I do mine, the wall will be at the back of the wall because I want the players to be able to see when they're using line of sight. I want them to see the art of the wall because that's part of the room. And I don't know. I don't agree, but it's their universe. I'm just playing in it. It's their pool. I'm just pissing in it. So, um, yeah. Anyway, enough talking about line of sight. At least for now. Okay, let's get back to. So I did make a copy of this encounter. Nope, I made a copy of the wrong one. I copied the centipede one. See, I wasn't paying attention. I was paying attention to you guys. So let me see. If I just drag it from here, I think that moves it. I don't know. I better double check. 1, 2, 3, 15. No, 322.15. No, it didn't. I've got two separate ones. I can never tell when it's going to copy or just move. It did make a copy. Okay. So now that we've got a copy of this one, and it will be included with the module I make, I can actually place these assets. I'll put, probably put Carcaroll in, maybe even in this first room, like sitting at this table. And let's look at the description again. Carcaroll, Kobold Scale Sorcerer, rests on the pile of treasure. Oh, there's not a pile of treasure. I didn't include a pile of treasure. What is in his hoard? Oh, he does have quite a bit of coins. In that case, maybe I will move him to the last room. And I'll put like him on a bed. We'll assume that his pile of treasure is under the bed. Just another change. Yeah, Manny. I just got your message. Thanks for clearing that up. Yeah, I honestly don't know what that tool, what's going on with that. I'm gonna have to ask, like Zacchaeus or somebody that's in the know. And that may be that's not that there is a tool that's coming someday when they launch it that is supposed to make it so that you can make a module in Unity and it you run the tool after it's done and then the module is compatible with Classic. So you only have to make the module once. Um, it'll still have two versions, but that's what I'm more waiting for is so that eventually you can just make the module once and you don't have to load it in one and then load it in the other. And as far as I know, there's no way around that at this point. Okay, so we've got him placed. I'm gonna put a couple of the Kobold inventors are supposed to be in this room too, but you know what? We're doing this my way. I'm gonna put a Kobold. I'm gonna put the Kobold inventors in this room, sitting at this lit table. And actually, I think I'm gonna move Karkaral too. I don't like that he's. I'm just gonna ignore the whole pile of treasure. I'm gonna put it somewhere else. I'm gonna put Karkaral there, and the other Kobold inventor right here. Maybe a couple of these regular kobolds, and then a couple more sitting at these tables. Oh, one of them's definitely over here rotating the meat. That's his job. Rotate the meat. Meat boy. And then put the rest of them in this room for the DM to do whatever he wants with them. Bring him out to attack or whatever. Okay, and then those are all placed. Can close that. It's right here. But we need to make a similar one for the blue kobolds. And that reminds me, do I have... Where are my blue kobolds? They're not in this one. They are in... Because I don't want to have to remake them. I'm just going to use the regular old blue kobolds. Let's see. They're in one of these ones. I don't remember which one. Might as well just load them all. So I have them all loaded. For now. I'm going to unload them once I make copies. Okay, let's see. Blue kobold, right there. There's one. Make a copy of that one. And kobold mage is the other one, I think. And now I'm just going to unload these. Yeah, Manny, there's a lot of us that think that we should show more wall, but Doug Davidson is pretty adamant about doing it his way for the official Fantasy Grounds modules. And there's been some discussion of that on the forums even Um, even right on the like right in the what do you call it? Um, the line of sight thread where they're people are basically crowdsourcing the line of sight for all the official modules. They've got a whole lot of them done, but there has been some discussion of why are we doing it this way, and there hasn't been a really good answer, to be honest. Um, but yeah, uh, I guess it really doesn't matter as long as all the line of sight stuff is being done the one way. I do appreciate that there should be a style and it's done in that same style for all of the official stuff. I get that. But for unofficial stuff, like for my stuff, I'm gonna do it my way, and if people don't like it, I guess um, you know, I won't sell as much of my stuff because people don't like it. So I'm gonna go ahead and make another encounter, and I'm gonna make it fairly equal. I should look at this. It's only is that right? It's only CR3 with 550 experience. Is he just a regular kobold? No, he's a third level spellcaster. What's my kobold mage at? Come on. So with their rules for LOS players, we'll basically see none of the great art of walls and other features. Crazy. So the line of sight, when you have the line, let's say we have the line right here on that black line, it'll show about that much on the other side. So like if you have a token here and the line of sight line is right on that black line in the center, it'll show a few more pixels on this side. Just a few. Maybe where my mouse pointer is. 2 or 3 pixels. Maybe 4. So you see a tiny little bit of the wall. Like, and if you do it the way they want you to do it, like, um, maybe way down here, right at the corner, because they do want you to stick to the grid as much as possible. Like, just do it right on the grid. Then you might see a little bit of the white of the wall here, but you wouldn't see this dark gray or the bluish at all. You would never see that as a player because you might see it when you pass through a door, like a little bit of it, but that's it. It wouldn't be seen. But that I mean that has more to do with these particular assets and how they're used in the 2 minute tabletop assets than anything. Um, but yeah, what's my spellcaster? I can't click on it. He's a 7th level spellcaster. Okay, I don't want to make the blue kobolds too much more powerful. I want them to kind of be like. But oh, that reminds me. What are the inventors? Are they just regular kobolds? They are. They're just regular kobolds, I think. Oh wait, weapon inventor. No, this is a new NPC. Oh wow, this is a big, huge wasp nest. Oh, okay. There's where the wasps come in. Okay, it has to do with these kobold inventors, which I can barely read this. Kobold uses one of the following options. Roll a d8. Choose one. The kobold can use one no more than once a day. Acid, alchemist fire, basket of centipedes. There's the centipedes. Green slime pot, rot grub pot, skunk in a cage, and wasp nest in a bag. Okay, interesting. Uh, what CR are these guys? They're still just a normal 1/4, like a regular kobold. So they didn't. Whoever made the module and put this in here, I don't even remember seeing this in the NPC entries. And I've got a scratch in my Tomb of Annihilation cover. Oh no. I hate that when that happens. Uh must be in the back and I just didn't notice the kobold inventors. But they should definitely be more than a regular kobold because they can do that. I guess they are. They're 1/4. Regular kobolds are 1/8. Weird. Uh okay, so the blue side's not gonna have any inventors, but they do have uh their leader's gonna be like a mage. and then I'll give them, oh, maybe like 12. What's this encounter? See, it comes out way higher because this Kobold Mage is accurately a challenge rating 4. How about we go, what if we go down to 8? That's pretty good. It's still not even at all. I mean, it's not going to matter anyway because at the level that the players would ever encounter either of these groups, they could decimate them so fast. They should be like a party of like level 7 or level 8 by the time they reach them. Even if we go to like Kobold. Okay, let's see. Let's assume we have a standard party of 4. Let's say they're only level 6. And then we add Kobold. And winged kobolds are about the same as the inventors. So 2 of those. And what were there? There's 10 of those. And then what CR is Karkarol? He's only a CR1. I just need to find something that's a CR1. Animated armor, sure. Difficulty, easy. Okay, what if they're like level 5? Level 4, it's still easy. Level 4 is hard. That's finally a hard encounter. Okay. At level 4 though, if they were in Omu, they would die from anything else. So it really doesn't matter what my CR is. I think I should just go with what feels right. I think I'm gonna go with I'll go 10 kobolds, even though the encounter is a little bit higher. Okay, I'm gonna make them hostile. Let's see. Now I need to get rid of this and this, and I do need to rename that. So we're in chapter 3, 3.00, Omu, Ruined, Bazaar. Actually, I think I'm just going to go 3. This is temporary anyway. I'm going to come back and reland. These are blue kobolds. I'm not going to have enough time to stream the whole adventure creation. Plus, you guys have been distracting me with questions about line of sight. Not that I mind. I'm going to rename this one. This is going to be 3.0 red kobolds. Okay. And I will come back and change those. But to show you, I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. And I do have other things I got to get done. What the heck is... Oh, right. I do have my tablet plugged in. Like, why is it running that? Okay. I do have something else I got to get done tonight, so got to finish this up. So this particular page is going to be a description of what goes on in this encounter, and then I'm going to make multiple pages or story entries underneath that that will be links on the like for instance, I'll put one right here. This is for the overall adventure, this pin or this whole area. And I'll either put it there or I might put another one. Actually, you can drag multiple pins to the same thing, I believe. Yep, you can. I put one down here next to the grid key square. But this is generally where they're going to come in. But for instance, I might have, let's make a story entry from this one that's already there. I'm going to unlock it and I'll delete everything. And 3.01 endurance. Wait, endurance. Okay, this stairway is the only stairway leading into the cellars from the bazaar that is not blocked by collapsed collapse or piles of furniture, which I believe is how it's described over here. Where was that? Yeah. All but one of the staircases leading into their lair has been caved in or blocked with heaps of furniture. So I'll word is not blocked by, instead of collapse, I'll do cave in or heaps of furniture, just to stick with the vernacular of the adventure. So and then I can lock that because there's nothing else needed right here. Oh well, actually that's not true. When the players enter, you can read. Actually, when the characters enter, I try to separate characters and players. When the characters enter, you can read the following to the players. The As you reach the bottom of the stairs leading into the ancient cellars, you can see a faint bluish colored light coming from the west. As you peer around the corner, you can see a wall sconce with a glowing blue crystal that appears to be casting magical blue light down the hallways. And that's it. And that describes that whole room, pretty much. I mean, there's nothing else that we have there. Uh, Actually, I guess we probably should include the description for the secret room. So, secret door. Now, I'm going to remind myself, and I'll put the same text there. This, I'll do a further description. The door at the east end of the hallway is a secret cellar that was only used by the bizarre elite in the heyday of Omu's markets. The door is hidden well. And the kobolds have never found it. Detecting this door requires a passive perception of 16 or a DC 16 perception check. And that is, I don't know if you guys weren't here when I was talking about this. I like to include both so that DMs are always reminded that a player with a high passive perception might actually see that. For instance, I have a player in one of my games that has, I can't remember. There's a specific item that he's carrying that gives him, like, I think it gives him advantage on perception checks. And anytime you have an advantage on perception checks, it's like it's somewhere in the books. It specifically says this, that it counts as like an additional +10. So he walks around with like a perception score of 20, like always. His passive perception is a 20. It's just no, it may even be more than that now because I think he increased his wisdom. It's like a 22 or something now. It's crazy. Or maybe it's only a +5. Maybe that's what it is. It's a +5 from the advantage.
So like he already has a 15 passive, and then he has a +5 more. So he walks around with a 20. Sentinel shield. Yes, Bobby, thank you. You're right. It's the Sentinel shield. Um, and I can probably just load that up so you guys can see it, what I'm talking about. Sent. There it is. I knew it was in there. Yeah, he mostly took it for the advantage on initiative rolls, which only one member of my Dungeon of the Mad Mage group does not have advantage on initiative rolls, which is hilarious. Like they've all got insane initiatives except for this one guy. While holding the shield, you have advantage on initiative checks and wisdom perception checks. And then at the bottom, no, it doesn't actually say it there. Somewhere I know there's a rule that it says um, advantage on. Here we go. I have to go to the evil compendium. But if Roll20 has anything right, it's their compendium for 5e. I do use it as a reference a lot, but it's somewhere in here. I'm pretty sure. When you're talking about his ability scores, advantage and disadvantage. I don't see perception being mentioned in here. Hold on, maybe if I just do a search for perception. Might be under the passive perception. Yep, here it is. If the creature has advantage, add 5. For disadvantage, subtract 5. For example, if a first level character with proficiency bonus of +2 has a wisdom of 15, modifier 2, and proficiency in perception, or she has a passive 14. Wait. Anyway, they didn't include the advantage in that example, but whatever. Yeah, it is a +5. Thanks, Bobby. Okay. And I can't remember Bobby. Wait a minute, Bobby P. Is that Diablo Bob? I think it is. You've been watching me this whole time, and you haven't been programming something new and exciting. I think that is. I know there's a Bob that has been that might be Diablo Bob. And why is your YouTube Bobby P and not Diablo Bob? Diablo Bob's much cooler. I'm waiting for your answer. It probably is you. No, it isn't. Never mind. Because you've been sending me messages on Discord. Never mind. You're a different Bobby. I know too many Bobs. That's the problem. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. We've got about 20 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Let me unload. I don't need this loaded. Okay. Go back to what we were doing. So we got the door. I think that's all we need for this little hallway, though, this entrance area. I might put a link to the actual hidden room, though, at the bottom of this page. So, like, I could do hidden cellar. Because that's probably what I'm going to call it. And then over here, delete everything. And 302, sure. Hidden cellar. Okay, and then I'll just drag the link over there. I don't like to include the numbers in my links if I can, if I remember. I know a lot of mine I do, but I try to not include them because I think they look, I don't know, cheesy, bad, whatever you want to call it. So that is probably all we need for there. And then I can just drag this and put that link right there. And again, as long as these are red, the players do not see them. Now you can share links, and if they're green, then players can see them and click on them and stuff. But most of the time, you don't want those to be shared. The exception to the rule is for like overland maps. Like if this was a player version of this map, you might want to, like, once a location has been discovered or to put a note for a location, you can drag links onto them and share them with your players, which is really useful. Um, okay, so for the hidden cellar, uh, I'll go ahead and put the exact same information about the door in this room. So with secret doors, there is no asset on the map. You just write yourself a reminder and tell your players to remember there's a door there. Yeah, that's what I do. That's what you would find on an official map too. Like especially like the Tomb of Annihilation, or not Tomb of Annihilation, like I can't even think. I'm trying to think here for a second. Like Lost Mine of Phandelver, the players' maps. There's no indication there's a door where the secret doors are. There's just a wall. On the DM map, there might be like a little drawing that shows that there's a door there, and it looks, you know, but I don't, because I don't make a DM map. I don't feel the need for one because I mean, like I said, I put a note right here. If a DM can't see that on his map and read it, then I can't help him. You know, I mean, that's about as good as a notation as you're gonna get. Um, and the players shouldn't be able to see that because, like, obviously, when it's all finished, like when they come down here, they should only see like that maybe. And then if they peek around the corner, you give them the rest of the hallway, and so on and so forth. It's only if they detect a secret door that you're like, okay, do you open the door? And then they open the door, and then you're like, okay, well, this is what's inside. And they, even then, they still won't see this because it's behind the mask. Yeah, I know. A lot of the, like, the official modules will have a DM map and a player map. But I don't use secret doors all that often. I honestly really only use the secret door because you kind of suggested it, and I kind of liked the idea after I thought about it for a while. But most of my stuff, I don't really mess around with secret doors that much. Usually because I'm only making like a single like encounter map. This is actually one of the larger maps I've made. I do have, there are a couple that I've made that are much larger, but yeah, no, I don't mess around with the secret doors all that much. Um, and traps, I definitely don't put any, unless it's like I really want an obvious trap. I don't put any kind of assets on the map to mark a trap. I probably will end up putting some traps. Probably like I might trap this door, and I might trap this door. Um, but again, those will just be notes in the notes, which is if you load up, for instance, the lost, or not lost mine, but the Dungeon of the Mad Mage. The DM maps don't have hardly any kind of notations. There's they have some, but you don't like the that's the nice thing about Fantasy Grounds is the way everything's designed with the pins. You really don't need the DM maps to run the adventures because they put the pins in the right places. As long as your players, their players walk into a room and you click on this pin and you read it, you read the parts that are supposed to be read to the players when they're read. You click on the encounters when they're supposed to be and stuff. I mean, this says secret door. I mean, and it describes where it is, so I don't think anybody, and a DM looking at this map is gonna go, oh, he means right there, yeah, because there's a room here. How else would you get to that room? Like it seems fairly self-explanatory. I don't think I need a DM map, and it just seems like a lot of extra work for not very much payout. I am gonna copy this, like I said though, um, into this other entry, hidden seller. The pins make LIGE so bloody easy. Life, yes, thank you. Yeah, makes life so easy. Yeah, they do. Um, I actually had a player, um, who he's now run a couple of different one shots, in Fantasy Grounds, and then he started just recently running some one shots for his friends using Tabletop Simulator, and he has told me multiple times now that if he was going to run a longer campaign, he would definitely use Fantasy Grounds because, like, but for one shots, he really likes using Tabletop Simulator with all the animated, dragon tokens and stuff that they have going on in that program, that are 3 dimensional and you move them around like little figurines and stuff. For one shots, he actually prefers that. But he has run some campaign style stuff using Fantasy Grounds. He's like, there's no match out there. Like it's the most automated and it's so well organized and uh okay, so how am I gonna? I think I'm gonna do a heading. The door. Let's see. The, how do I want to? I do want to reword this so that it's the door to this room. These that should be that's all I had to add really is the door to that room. Okay. And then contents of the room. I never did add any like cobwebs or stuff. I was thinking about it, but I didn't. I guess I could go back and do that later. Um, Much of the contents of this room have long since passed their sell by date. That's what I want to put in, but some people will find that funny and a lot of people won't, so I won't put that in. Much of the contents of this room have long since passed their prime. Most of them have turned to dust or useless sludge. The crates contain dusty, ruined clothing and other fabric items. The barrels once contained high quality ales, liqueurs, and wines, but now are sludge and vinegar. However, I'll make that a new paragraph. However, there is a map to a hidden location outside Omu, and I will make that a side adventure for this pack. And I'll come back to this. Which leads to X. I'll just leave that as a note for myself. Something that stands out. I'll even make it bold so I don't forget it. On the table the secret door. And in the chests to the north, there are got to think about when I want to stick in those chests. Come back to that while I think about it. Additionally, to the south, in the brightly, in the, no, not brightly, in the gilded chest, there is some useful treasure. And then I don't actually have my treasure table set up, I don't think, on this, like the random ones, but I can quickly make them work. So let's see, we need the Dungeon Master's Guide. No, not the player's version. There we go. And thanks. Let's see, I need tables and trinkets. And then I should be able to just directly roll in the tables. So let's see. Let's do. Let's just roll on a challenge rating 10 and see what happens. Even though this isn't like they aren't fighting an actual challenge rating 10, but that's about the level of treasure that I want. Okay. Yeah, that's a 250 gold. Okay, so some useful potions and scrolls. So that'll go in a parcel, and which just give me some ideas. I'm gonna roll again. In the meantime, I'm gonna actually pull up parcels and get rid of all these and make a new one. This is 3.02 hidden cellar. I forgot the hidden cellar potions. And come on, scrolls. Sure, I'll grab that one too. I'm gonna roll again. I like to randomly generate and then kind of curate, and you're seeing how I do this. A regular potion of healing, sure. And then, because I'm getting tired of this already, I'm going to pull up the Dungeon Master's Guide, go to Treasure, go to, is it in Random Treasure? I don't think it is what I'm looking for. Maybe it is. No, that's Art Objects, Magic Items I want. Nope. Random Magic Items. There we go. Except, I could have swore there was a table just for potions. Have you seen the random treasure generator that uses the same magic item Prince's PDF for its table? No, I have not. But I'm not a big sane magic item guy. I tend to run fairly high magic games, and I tend to curate quite a few magic items. Like I said, the players when they get to this area should be at least level 7, more likely level 8. by the time they get done in Omu, they're supposed to be level 10. So giving them some potions and things at this point is not a big deal. The chest to the south, I'm probably going to put some coinage in and maybe a couple of magic items. Um, I always include in my products that people should kind of find items. They can give items to their players and replace the items. I could have swore there was a potion table, but maybe there isn't. I know there's potions included on, and maybe there is a table within the potion. Hold on, let me just look at tables and see if I can. Can I search potion? Yeah, there is. Okay, it's wait, hold on. Uncommon potions? Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Okay, I need to move this to the minimize. Okay. Potion of growth. Yeah, that sounds good. Um, and maybe one more. No, 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 no. Keep rolling potion of growth and resistances. Are they all resistances? No. That doesn't have all the potions I'm looking for. What is potion of missability? That's interesting. Is that from? That's from the DMG. That's not. That's a potion I don't know. Let's see. Common potions. Potion of climbing. Potion of healing. I need one more. Maybe I will throw a resistance one in. Let's see. Which potion of poisoning is this one? Oh, it's the damage one. I think I'll just throw the potion of poison in. And then I do need like 2 or 3 scrolls. And I know there's there's scroll tables too. Okay. Let's do. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. There we go. Okay. Let's do a second level scroll. Pass without trait now. Augury. Yeah. And protection from poison. That's the least useful. Find traps. No way. Warding button. No. No. Sure. That one could be. And then I'll do one third level or third or fourth level. I don't know. Let me see. No, 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 no. Maybe I will go fourth level. Death Ward. I gotta remember, is Death Ward do a single person or is it a whole party? I gotta actually click on the spell, and I don't have the player's handbook open. Hold on. Death Ward. Just gonna look it up because I can't remember if that's the one. I assume it's like the whole party. Nope, it's just a single target for 8 hours. It's not concentration. Yeah, I'll allow that one. That'll be fun. One person is death warded for 8 hours. Okay. So that's my potions and scrolls parcel. And parcel. Okay. And then I am going to throw some fun things in another parcel. Here we go. this one 3.02 hidden cellar gilded chest. Let's put 120 gold and 250 silver in the chest. And then need some other magic item tables for. Oh, we're definitely needing a movable rod. I haven't thrown an immovable rod into Tomb of Annihilation anywhere yet. Oh, an alchemy jug could be fun. Because you can never have enough. Oh, a bag of holding. I don't want to give them anything too powerful, but like 3. That's pretty good, actually, right there. Just some coinage in those. Okay, and then I can delete these ones. Oh, I might drag a couple of these. Oh, it didn't. Oh, it's because it's locked. Some of the art items. And is that one of my trinkets? Yeah, a whistle that sounds like the call of a loon, duck, or swan. Yeah, I'll drag that one in. That's not going to do anything. Okay, now I'll delete these. And go back to here. Lock this one. Drag it right there. And there we've got parcels. And this room is done. I'm going to drag this link right here. And I wish I had time to continue, but I'm probably going to stop right here. I am going to go through, and eventually when this is finished, there will be links for this room, this room, this room, this room. Actually, that might be one link, because that's really one room that's just divided by, same for here, and then one for here. And then I'll have one link that describes, that is linked on all of these collapsed. I can do that one right now, actually, just because it's really easy. I'll just make a new story entry. 3.03. How do I want to do this? Blocked stairway. These stairways are blocked by cave in or by heaps of furniture. And that's it. And then I link those at every single one of those locations where the stairways are blocked. And it's as simple as that. So I do need to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more story entries and include those 2 encounters as well to those story entries. Plus, there's going to be more on. I'll probably include more here on like the conflict that is going on between the red kobolds and the blue kobolds, and the like what there'll probably be some like tasks like the blue kobold leader, which I haven't given him a name yet, but he deserves a name since the red guy has, what is his name? Carcarol. Cacatol? No, that's another misspelling. On the same page, there's Kobold and Kakatol, and it's actually Karkarol, it looks like. All the other ones say Karkarol. Kakatol. Yeah. So I get to go back and report that. Where was that? Do I still have that open? I don't. Let's see. Fantasy Grounds. And 5e. Looks like somebody else reported something. Just gonna go edit posts. Also, edit. Also, further down the story entry where it says parcel Kakatol's horde, and I'll bold this. It should say Kakarol horde R, not T. And it's because of all the community stuff reporting to. It's mostly Zacchaeus, I believe, that does these fixes. Because of all the community reporting, that's why we get such great content that has been, especially the 5e stuff that has been edited and a lot of it's fixed and such. And there's not so many spelling errors and stuff because people notice stuff and they report it. So, like I said, I'm gonna probably include more here, and I'll get the encounters and descriptions for all these rooms. Haven't quite decided yet what these two different factions want from the players, but I know what my players are gonna my own personal players. What they're gonna do is they're gonna come down here. They'll probably immediately find the treasure, and then they'll start exploring. I don't know whether they'll go north or south, but then they'll open one of these doors. They'll set off the trap in the process because um, they don't look for traps, which is why they're gonna eventually die when they get to the actual Tomb of the Nine Gods. And then they'll just murder hobo everybody in there because they're kobolds, so they're monsters. And then they'll go the other direction and explore the other direction and murder hobo the other group because that's my party. Both my Tuesday group and my Thursday group, they're both uh, basically murder hobos. I include all this fun story stuff, and they're just like, we don't care, we just want to kill stuff. And then when they run into traps, they're gonna die. But that's okay. Eventually, they'll, maybe on their third or fourth character or third or fourth party, they'll make it through the Tomb of Annihilation, which should be fun. So, I am gonna end the stream here. And those of you who stuck with me and watched, or you're watching this later, I hope you enjoy it. I didn't get to finish everything, and maybe tomorrow, if I have time, I'll load this up and finish at least this one adventure in another video. Probably won't be a live stream; it'll just be a video. But yeah, I hope you had fun and you learned uh, at least some of the process. Excuse me, I'm getting the hiccups. Um, if I do finish this up, I will definitely show like how to do the exporting stuff, including um, how the author extension works in creating a cool looking reference manual. But this is the end. I got something else I got to do tonight before I hit the hay. So thanks for watching. Thanks for sticking around. Bobby and Manny both. Thanks for chatting it up and getting us into lots of tangents. That was fun. See y'all later.